up in the morning and you hear the lions roaring, yeah, you know it's gonna be a good day. So when you join us on safari, no, you do not have to worry, 'cause at Wild Earth we try our very best to show you the lions and buffalo and maybe even elephants and hippos and zebras and maybe a giraffe. Good morning and welcome to Ukokoyo, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. My name is Lisa, one of your very crazy naturalists, and I am hoping for a beautiful day with lots of animals. Now, as always, we are graced with some beautiful zebras and impalas and springbok and wildebeest, and the list goes on and on. Benjamin, good morning, and thank you so much for your comment. Yes, I too am wondering what Mother Nature will have in store for us today. But as I always say, and I will keep saying this forever and ever, expect nothing and appreciate everything, because that is when Mother Nature spoils us. Oh, there is actually an oryx amongst the zebras as well, just off to our left. But it does seem like a beautiful sunny day here in Okokoyo, and hopefully for the rest of our locations as well. And speaking of which, let's have a look and see what the weatherman says for today. A beautiful hot 38 degrees Celsius in Okokoyo today. So hopefully the animals will keep coming to the water, and some of them will hopefully cool off. I'm also secretly hoping and praying for those big animals with the trunks, and perhaps the other ones with the horns as well. I will not cry about that at all. But again, we are grateful for anything we see here, and of course, any of our other beautiful locations. There's two beautiful kudu bulls there in the back. Gonna try to get us a closer look. But of course, remember, as we are watching this is completely live and interactive. This is your safari, so please do send us your questions, comments, anything you would like to chat about or have us look for today. We definitely want to hear from you. Oh, these are two beautiful bulls. And it's so interesting with a kudu, of course, a lot of the antelope species, and of course other animals as well, the males will often fight for dominance. But every now and again, kudus actually get their horns interlocked because of the form of their horns, or the shape, I should say. Those spiral horns every now and again can get interlocked, and most of the time they'll actually, sort of get out of it. But it has happened before where they actually, don't manage to get themselves separated from each other, and unfortunately then die of starvation. But that is not too common, luckily. It's very rarely that that does happen, but it does happen. It is nature after all. Perhaps we'll see a little bit of an interaction between the kudus. I could do this, I could fight you, I could do that. Aww, they're cuddling. And it's over. Of course, a very, very advantage or big advantage for them to stand like that. Often you'll see other animals do it as well. Zebras, for instance, will do that, standing with their opposite sides to one another, against each other. It's a form of bonding, but also that way, when they wag their tails, they can actually flick the flies from each other's faces. But with the kudus, when they stand like that, of course, you know, both of them are keeping an eye out. If you see them like this as well, you know, always just vigilant. You never know when you could become a happy meal. And it's incredible, even to the human eye, how well kudus actually camouflage and just blend in with the bush. Of course, you know, their stripes help them. And you would think with those massive horns, you know, they stand out significantly, but they don't actually. They can blend in very, very well with the bush. Alexandra, thank you so much for getting in touch with us this early. You want to know, are there any bird calls that sound the same? Yes, for me personally, I found with a lot of LBJs, which is, we call it a little brown job, the smaller birds, often you can get their calls confused. But I'm trying to think of an example now. And of course, nothing comes to mind. I will rack my brain a bit and then get back to you, Alexandra. I want the kudus to come down for water. Oh, these animals. So well behaved.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
This is probably one of the most beautiful antelope Africa has to offer. I really enjoy looking at them. Badger, good morning, and thank you so much for getting in touch with us. Thank you so much for enjoying the song. Your comment has made my day, so thank you so much for that. I always say, as naturalist, or even just if you're a wildlife enthusiast, you have to be a little bit crazy and have fun and just enjoy everything. It's just always so lovely hearing the noises and the sounds and everything of the bush, the birds. I think, in fact, that should be a challenge. I challenge my fellow naturalists today. I think we should do animal noises today and see what animal noises we can come up with and how well we can imitate them. I think that is a good plan. Let me know what you guys think. We'll have a crazy day. What an absolutely beautiful scene. So peaceful, so serene. These animals just doing their thing, starting their day. I wonder what goes through their mind. Do they have like a schedule? Do they know, okay, well, from 8:30 to 10:30 we'll be at the water hole, then we'll go have some salad, then we'll have a bit of a sparring session? Or do they just take it as they go? I think sometimes we must be more like animals. Although planning is good, but sometimes it's good to just also take things as they come. Helen, that is a brilliant question. You would like to know if antelopes are the only animals that are able to coexist. No, not at all. We actually spoke about this yesterday as well. Elephants, rhinos, buffaloes, all of these animals can coexist. And from what I've seen, if they don't have to compete for food, and if they're not going to eat each other, they can live together, basically, to sum it up. So often you'll see elephants and antelope and rhinos and buffalo at a water hole, all doing their thing, not bothering one another. But of course, as soon as a predator is near, then it will definitely become a different game. But of course, it's also about safety in numbers. I'm not saying they're consciously doing this, deciding, okay, well, there's animals, let's go drink water now, so that if a lion comes, they'll rather get the wildebeest or whatever the case is. But of course, it's always better to be a bigger group. That way it'll be harder for a predator to single just one out. Jeez, these lapwings are really, really vocal today. It's the sort of, I almost want to say, screaming sound that you can hear in the background. Yes, absolutely. All right, so I am going to start off the animal call challenge with goodness, I will start with my worst for. My worst for first, and then my best for last. I think, let me try a leopard. Okay, please do not judge me because I haven't practiced this a lot and I'm very much out of practice. But this would be a leopard call. I don't know, I think so. If any of my fellow naturalists want to rather do a better call, as I say, that is not my best. That's probably my worst. So that's why I did that one first. But that is my imitation of a leopard. Let me see, perhaps I shall try. Actually, there's just two in this scene that I can attempt to do. So a zebra sounds like this. That is not their distress call though, that's just like a sigh that they do like a horse. And then a wildebeest, which is also known as a gnu, because of the noise they make, is like a I think. I don't think I thought this through when I suggested this challenge, now that I'm thinking of it. But we're having fun, so yes, I think I don't know what a springbok. No, I'm not going to attempt that. Darcy Miller, you are having brilliant ideas this early on in the day. We will definitely get Andrew to do an ostrich call. Hopefully, Andrew, you're listening. Prepare yourself. You're doing an ostrich call today. Oh no, Andrew's not joining us today. Sorry, my bad. Oh, he is. Oh goodness. You see, I'm. All of these animal noises and everything are making my mind not work today. Yes, Andrew, if you're listening, you are doing an ostrich call today. It has been requested by Darcy Miller herself. So yes, and I wonder what Mr. Donovan will come up with for us today. But hopefully we'll get a lot of interesting noises coming from the naturalists today. I think I'm retiring from this challenge. I did not think it through. I'm actually really hoping. Yesterday I did try, and I know Alex has a lot of luck with this at the water holes, but looking for birds of prey. I have been keeping an eye out for them. I have not yet seen one today. Yesterday I couldn't find one either. Here at Okokoyo. We did have an African fish eagle yesterday though at Djuma, juvenile. just want to have a look-see at our tree, see if anything is in there. Oh, I see a big blackbird. I just want to make sure what that is. Oh, just listen to the little beeps. Chitty, 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 chitty. And of course, it flies away as soon as I want to get a closer look. Murphy's Law. I honestly cannot wait to cross this waterhole off my bucket list. It is honestly such a serene area, and just location this. And of course, I have come to learn this as one of the waterhole naturalists. But my mother actually visited this exact spot last year, and literally for days on end, she could not keep quiet about it. She said it's the perfect spot for her because she is a wildlife enthusiast, but she's not like myself and my father that will literally go on every safari available. She just wants to sit and have the animals come to her. And what a beautiful spot this is for that. Ooh, I know what my next call will be. It's not one of my worst ones. It's one of my actually better ones. So, in summertime, we get a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bluebird, which has a beautiful long beak. And they've got some black markings on them as well. It's not a very big bird, but they are summer migrants and they only come around in the summertime. So I'm going to do their call, and then I want you guys to guess what bird makes this call. So as I mentioned, they are summer migrants, beautiful bluebird. What bird is that? Frank, good morning. You would like to know if springboks are the only antelope that can jump really high. That is a negative. Not at all. An antelope like a kudu, for instance, that we saw earlier on, those two beautiful bulls, they can literally be stationary, standing still, and jump 2 to 3 meters high. If they need to jump a fence or something, they can actually do that. So no, not at all. Even impalas, I've seen impalas jump pretty high, not that high though, but no, I think most antelope actually can if they need to. Even eland, which is the largest antelope in Africa, they can also jump really, really high. So no, it's not just the springboks. However, of course, that is why we call them the springboks, because they look like little springs when they when they jump around. Die springbokkies. We're actually, I don't know if this is appropriate, but we're actually in South Africa. I think it's just in South Africa that we have a shooter, a drink that is called a springbokkie. And I think it's peppermint liqueur and something, but that came from our national, or from our South African rugby team, the Springboks. But no, to get back to your question, no, they are not the only antelope that can jump really high. A kudu, please do yourself a favor and go research a video of a kudu, jumping. They can literally stand still. They don't even need to run and then jump. They'll just stand still, and if they need to jump a fence or something, they make it look really, really effortless. I'm not sure if any of you have seen that film Kumba, but that is also a very, very good reference to the Springbok rugby team of South Africa. There's this one scene where all of the Springboks literally have to push a fence over, and they do like a proper scrum and everything. So I always enjoy watching the Springboks because I immediately think of that. Oh, there is a bastard. Good morning, Mr. Bastard. I like him. It's a weird bird. So for those of you that missed it, I attempted a call from a beautiful summer migratory bird. Beautiful blue bird, beautiful beak they have, black markings on them, and they sound like this. And it sounds like we've got a lot of clever people, or either birders, that are watching today. So Mim, Twickenham, Lenny, Kathy Lee, you guys are all correct. That is the call of a woodlands kingfisher. And if you are with us today and you do not know what that bird looks like, please, please, please go research them. It's probably one of the most beautiful birds in Africa. Or at least I think so. They are really, really stunning. And as soon as you hear the first one, then you know, okay, well, summer is officially on the go. Just look at how well that Corey Bustard blends in. I literally lost him now for a second, and it's incredible just how amazingly these animals just blend in with the scenery. And I do believe I have actually shared it with you a few times before actually. But I'm not going to attempt this call. That's not happening today. But the the bird we are looking at, that funny look. Oh, I lost him again. Oh, there he is. The Corey Bustard. This is what they sound like. Very odd call. It does not match the bird in my opinion. But that is what they sound like. I'm not attempting that call. Any of the other naturalists are welcome to try. It's not happening for me. I can make my voice deep, but not that deep. Nana, you would like to know what is the average weight of a Corey Bustard. So generally on average, a male can become like 12 kilograms and a female can become anything from 5 to 6 kilograms. So that's quite hefty if you compare it to other birds, for instance. They can become rather hefty. And of course they are phenomenal hunters. So yes, that's a very, very good question.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
I really hope it comes down to drink. It's very, very funny when they actually go down for a drink. Oh no, that springbok does not want it to drink. So these bastards love catching snakes, lizards, insects. They're actually, funny enough, they love when an area has been burned, because obviously, if there was a burn in an area or fire, whether it was planned or unplanned, of course, that forces a lot of creepy crawlies to come out of the ground. And then often they will take advantage of that. But they can even, feast on smaller birds. I have witnessed that once before. So they are definitely opportunistic as well when it comes to mealtime. I was wondering when it's gonna chase the crows and if they'd stay, what the interaction was going to be. It's such a weird bird. I can't get over it. They're very, very fascinating birds. Alrighty, well, Darcy Miller, good news. Hopefully Andrew will do his call for you. So I will keep an eye on our water holes, but in the meantime, let's say good morning to Andrew and hopefully get an ostrich call out of him.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all well this morning. We are live in Kariega Game Reserve, out in an area called the Eastern Cape in South Africa. And yeah, we've had some pretty bleak weather up until now, but it is the gap of the day now, so that's why we're out here. And yeah, we had a nice surprise coming out here with a nice group of buffalo. By the way, my name is Andrew, and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for the day. And I'm just going to zoom in a little bit so you can have a good look at these buffaloes with the young calves as well. Beautiful, hey? Look at that. So I think these buffaloes are also enjoying the gap in the weather now, and they're coming out here to graze in this grassland over here. They were here yesterday as well, and it seems like they do like.
Sorry about that. We'll try to get Andrew back as soon as we can. I think he might have faked that. He was just afraid to do the ostrich call. No, I'm kidding. Now, of course, we'll try to get back to him as soon as we can with his beautiful buffaloes. I'm just still checking Ukokoyo, of course. Very anxiously waiting to see which animals are going to come down to say good morning. I really, really am hoping, and I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to jinx it, but I really am hoping for some elephants today. Alrighty. So of course I will be keeping oh goodness. Whew. You see all those animal noises now. I can't talk like a human anymore. I will of course keep an eye on Ukokoyo as well as Mashatu, but I think in the meantime, let's see what is happening at Djuma. And of course, as always, we have our beautiful Egyptian geese. Our Zoomies have been telling us they've literally been taking over Gowrie Dam here. There have been a lot of them this morning, some fighting, some interacting. But it seems like Mom is just minding her own business with her little ones. And I don't know if it's just me, but these little ones literally every day look bigger and bigger and bigger to me. That's not nice, Lapwing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We have a cheeky one. You tell him. Tell him your mom will kick him. This for me really is what it's all about, whether it's birds or smaller creatures or big animals. I love when they interact with each other. Of course, within their own species, but also different species are always very fascinating to observe how their energy sort of bounces off of one another, whether it's good energy or bad energy. Like that little chick just decided, no, no. You have not met my mother. Just want to take a look-see around the dam and see where all of these other geese are as well, because apparently there's a lot of them around. So let's just take a look-see. We have got a heron as well. Our grey heron is also back today. Deborah, good morning. Yes, indeed. You are very much correct. The chicks keep growing each day. But indeed. And it's incredible when you, well, I guess it makes sense if you think about it. You know, they are ground dwelling birds for the most part, even though they can fly. So they have to grow fast because one of these days, you know, they have to keep fending for themselves. Oh, and there is also a dragonfly and a terrapin in the water. It's a lot happening. The animals seem to have enjoyed the rain that we had, or the little bit of rain. So over here we've got some more Egyptian geese. As I say, I did see two of them chasing each other around earlier on. But luckily none of them seem to have, you know, sort of looked for trouble with the little ones or mom. Hopefully it stays that way. Of course, they can be very aggressive to one another. You know, you can see they're looking for trouble. You know, when you can just see someone and you're like, no, no, you're trouble. This is what I think when I see these. Just look at that sassy walk. Jeez, there's a lot of them around. Ooh, you see now. It's like an Egyptian goose party. I will not be doing their call. So if anyone was wondering, that's not happening. Because I can't do it. This is by far the most I've seen together, not just at the Juma camp, like literally in my life. This one seems to want to make friends with a terrapin. He's just sunbasking and just doing his thing. Now, of course, the goose will not try to eat it or anything because that's not their diet. But I mean, I've seen some Egyptian geese be pretty mean to other animals and pretty aggressive. Of course, you know, it is even worse when they do have little ones or just eggs around. But it seems like these two are becoming friends. Probably get each other's social media handles right now. Just exchanging. Terry the terrapin and Ellie the Egyptian goose. I don't know. Not sure what they go by. I have actually not seen a hippo in quite some time. Even our crocodile in Mashatu has pretty much just taken off without informing us or anything. Very rude. Just want to make sure we are not missing anything. Ooh, the starling seems to have caught something. Of course. Alrighty, well, we'll see what's happening with all of these Egyptian geese. But in the meantime, you're not going to believe it. We finally have animals again at Mashatu. So let me show you. Now it's not elephants. And all of you know how I feel about elephants. But it's zebras. And to be honest with you, after yesterday, I'm literally getting excited every single time now again at Mashatu for any animal, because I think I got so used to Mashatu, you know, always having animals, whether it's zebras, wildebeest, elephants, literally anything. And yesterday was such a quiet day after that quick storm. So I am so happy to be seeing that the animals have calmed down and are enjoying this waterhole again. Now, everybody, please remember this is live and interactive. And thank you so much for all of you that have been joining on the crazy joyride this morning already with your comments and questions and guesses and everything. But please do keep them coming. We love hearing from all of you. And without you, this is not possible. So please send us your questions, comments, anything you would like to chat about. Let us know as we take you through the African bush on a wonderful safari, hopefully. And it has been so far. I've enjoyed it. Just want to check the other side of the waterhole as well to make sure we are not missing anything. Perhaps there is a bird or an animal that I can imitate. Oh, what a beautiful day. I'm so happy after yesterday. Of course, we need the rain. It's crucial to Mother Nature, so she can revive everything within. But yes, I'm not going to lie. I'm very happy for the sunshine today. Can you hear the Egyptian geese in the background? As I said at Juma, I'm not not ever attempting that. Rachel, good morning. Thank you for sending us your question. How are zebras able to identify each other? So just like other animals, you know, they have pheromones and scents they give off, so by smell. But believe it or not, and I'm sure many of you know this, each zebra has its own stripe pattern. So there's not one zebra, not just in Africa, in the world, that looks exactly the same. And I know to us, you know, when you see a dazzle of zebra, you think they all look the same. But what happens When a mother gives birth to a foal, she will actually, for the first few days, she will constantly stand and move in front of it the whole time. And that baby, believe it or not, actually imprints on her stripe pattern. And he knows which one is his mom just by looking at the stripe pattern. But in terms of a harem or a bigger group, pheromone smell, just like everything else or all of the other animals, that is pretty much how they get around. Ooh, here's an animal which I can imitate for you. If you are sensitive to noise and sound, please cover your ears. So these are the Hadida ibises, and we call them the city eagles because they are very prominent in the cities. Very, very noisy birds. They love waking you up on a Saturday morning, 4 o'clock. They're up and at it, and this is what they sound like. And my personal hypothesis around it is they are one of the few birds that are actually afraid of heights, and that's why they constantly shout like that. But yes, the more I'm talking, the more I realize I maybe need to see someone. I might have a problem. But yes, Hadida ibis, you do get various ibises. Ooh, that one just caught something, maybe a worm or something. And they love this season because, of course, the rain, as soon as it seeps into the soil, a lot of creepy crawlies will come out, and they love that. Of course, they've got a long probing beak, and with that they can actually get to all of the worms and the gogaitjies. There's an impala in the bush. I don't know if you can see it. There he is. Hey, buddy.
Halloween is now nearing. Creepy things keep appearing. They call me Pumpkin Ben, and this is my skeleton friend. Who might they be? Come along and you will see. We'll be talking about creepies and crawlies galore, and by the end of it you'll be wishing no more. So come one and all, if you don't feel too scared, to our fireside chat on Halloween. Beware.
Good morning, wildebeest and zebras.
Hey guys, is it fine if I drink here by you? I had a fight with my family. Don't really want to be close to them right now.
Yeah, it's fun, eh? Cynthia, brilliant question. You would like to know if the green water is safe for the animals to drink. So, I mean, of course, it looks gross to us. But yes, definitely. The animals do, they do enjoy it. And they will know if water is contaminated or something. For the most part, of course, they enjoy fresh water. But definitely, and interestingly enough, frogs are also a good indicator of healthy water. And when I say healthy, I don't mean healthy for us to drink, healthy for the animals. So even though it looks icky to us, perfectly fine for them. And there's actually been a study done on, animals listening to frogs and the presence of them, because frogs, of course, breathe through their skin, so they won't live in dirty water. But yes, perfectly fine for the animals. Although I would not drink that water. That being said, I've swam, yes, in water like that many a times in my life. Nothing like a good damn swim. And there they're going. Hopefully they'll come back. I don't want to say it too loud, but there's elephants coming. Good morning, elephants. I'm not speaking loud to elephants today. Don't want to chase them away. Finally, we have elephants, our first ones for today on Escape to Nature. Good morning. Beautiful, beautiful elephants. Oh, and there's more coming. You look far to the right at the back. You can just see the movement behind the bush. Jonathan, you are so correct. Finally, some elephants. I've literally been hoping that we'll see some today. I was not fussy about the location, whether it's Mashatu, Juma, or Kukuyo. And as many of you know, I'm very keen on elephants any day, every day. So my day has just been made. So I will first just let us enjoy this, and then I will start being noisy again. Jacob, that is a very interesting question. How do elephants remove dry mud that gets stuck in their ears? So, of course, you know, like anything else, they use their trunks. But elephants also have a lot of fine hairs in their actual ear canal. And often when they are mud bathing or dust bathing, that will rather get stuck onto the ears and prevent it from going into the actual ear canal. But often you will see elephants sort of giving a scratch every now and again using their trunks. But yes, so they do use their trunks if they really need to. But for the most part, those hairs actually protect the mud from going into their ear canals. My mom and I actually had this conversation the other day, not about elephants, but about the hairs on us, you know, on our faces, or facial hair. Because she went for, sorry, this is very random, but she went for threading, and she said, it's interesting how all of the hairs on your face actually protect your whole face, you know, because it stops the dust and everything from going into your face. And she was mentioning, as opposed to, you know, having a complete clean face, she now feels that her skin is so much dirtier. So it's the same with the elephants, you know, they have those long eyelashes to protect them from when they are dust bathing and mud bathing, to protect their eyes. Same with the ears, they've got those fine hairs in the actual ear canal, just to prevent the mud and the dust and the dirt and everything from entering completely. Sorry, just a little bit of a 101 on on makeup and being a lady. Ooh, just look at the little one off to our right. You can almost not see it. So elephants, when they chat to one another, of course, you know, they use a rumbling. which sometimes can be audible to us as humans, but a lot of the times, we don't even know what they're saying to each other because it can be at such a low frequency that it's inaudible to us. But they can sort of feel those vibrations and everything through the soil and the ground when they are walking, even when they are just standing still. But when they rumble, it sounds like this. And sometimes it can be loud, sometimes, as I said, it can be very soft, and more often than not, even inaudible to us. And of course, they have a trumpet as well. When someone's throwing a tantrum or when there's really a threat or problem in the herd, they will trumpet. Show us your little one, Mom. Oh, hi, baby. Of course, that's not baby anymore. But a little elephant stays a little elephant, and that is freaking cute. This elephant seems to be a unicorn, this one that is closest to us. Well, a different kind of unicorn though. Seems to just have one tusk. No, it might have been the other one as well. Am I looking correctly? That's odd. So there's our wonderful Hardy-Dars. So it might have been that they were born like that, so it could be a genetic thing. Or, of course, when they do fight, it does break off every now and again. However, this one is a little small in the middle. I don't know if it would have thought yet for it to have lost its tusk at that size. But again, you know, we never know. Don't know if they were born like that. It's very odd. Even the one to the right, he's got a tusk on the other side, but not on the other side. This is very, very interesting. So I assume it must be a genetic thing. Yes, that is very interesting. First time I'm encountering something like this. But of course it does happen. Just like elephants that have massive tusks. And then you'll get a herd of elephants that have really thin tusks. You can have a herd of elephants that all have really thick tusks, but not that long. So it is a genetic thing, definitely also, that comes into play. Pam, good morning, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are mere 8 years old. What a time to be alive. You would like to know, can elephants communicate underwater? I believe they can. I'm sure they must be able to. Elephants, of course, have phenomenal hearing. However, I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. But of course, you know, they're wonderful creatures. They love swimming and all of that. So I'm sure, I've seen this personally as well, you know, watching elephants swim. When one outside of the water throws a tantrum, the rest will hear it. So in terms of communicating, they can definitely hear each other. I'm not sure if they can, for instance, rumble underwater. But again, everything remains a mystery. With animals, but also with elephants specifically, they are just very, very interesting and mysterious animals, and I don't think we can ever learn enough about them. Yes, indeed. Bees whispering in my ear. It seems like they communicating about yesterday's events. And, you know, of course it is possible. Definitely, I do think that. And it was literally a storm of probably not even half an hour long. And it was quite severe. But, of course, you know, that did affect all of the animals because they just decided we're not going out, we're not going to the water. So it might definitely be that they know what happened yesterday and they can smell the fresh water now. So they are in fact always communicating. Look, I love nature and everything in it, but a harida. It's not my favorite. You see, why would you shout like that when you're flying? They must be afraid of heights. I love how they often, you can just see them in one area for 3 days straight. And then other times they'll literally just quickly do something and just move on, still do something while they are moving on, like this one. Just quickly getting some insect repellent, sunscreen, and then we're moving on again. What a treat! My day has been made. I don't know about all of you, but that was definitely... They are always so special just to see them. Whether they are interacting or fighting or drinking or sleeping. I think elephants are by far the most fascinating animals. Because for instance, take lions. Yes, lions are glorious and wonderful animals. But they're either sleeping, eating, or maybe mating. It's very rarely that you actually see them, have a full-on social interaction. Even though they are social animals, you're more likely to see a lion sleeping as opposed to doing something. In my experience, at least. With elephants, there's always something going on. Calvin, you would like to know if an elephant would mud wallow while it's raining. Yes, definitely. And this actually boggles my mind because I've seen it many times where they mud wallow and it's raining, number one, or they go back straight into the water and wash the mud off. So then that sort of makes you wonder, okay, well, doesn't that defeat the purpose, of smothering the insects, getting the mud on your skin, for protection, all of that. But again, they have their reasons while they do everything, so... Yes, and contrary to popular belief, elephants actually, I've seen them really enjoy rain. Not like a hail and thunderstorm, but I've had many sightings where elephants have loved the rain. Swimming, playing. So I guess to a certain extent they do sort of, I almost want to say feel or know the severity of a storm. Or of the weather. They'll know, okay, well, this is going to be a dangerous one. Let's not go into the water, or whatever the case may be. But yes, I've seen that many times where they mud wallow and they go straight back into the water. Or when they actually do it in the rain and it's just getting washed off in the process. And you wonder, I don't know if you thought this through. There's our wonderful hardy-daws. Oh, well, that was such a treat. I'm so happy we got to see that. And very interesting. I think I'm going to do some research also on those. Not that, there's particularly research to be done on that specific group of elephants we just saw, but it was very interesting to me that most of them just had one tusk. Very cool. Alrighty. But as always, I will keep an eye on Mashatu for us as well. But in the meantime, let's see what's happening at Ukukoyo. We've still got some kudus, zebras, springbok. No elephants yet. That would really make my day again if we get to see elephants in Mashatu, Juma and Ukukoyo. I'm trying to think now and remember correctly what a kudu bark sounds like, the alarm call. And I've got it in my head, but I can't connect it from my head to my mouth, like to try and imitate that. So I will try later.
This week, our hearts are heavy as we acknowledge the passing of one of the big cats of the Wild Earth family. Blondie the lion has been with us for many years as we have followed on his journey with the Avoca males. In celebrating Blondie's life and legacy, I will be hosting an AMA. Sign up to be an explorer, and you can ask me anything in honor of Blondie.
Now remember, today we are busy with a challenge of doing animal calls and bird calls and noises and all of that. So, but yes, please, if you have any questions or comments or anything that you would like us to know or chat about or look for, please do let us know, because at the end of the day, it's all about you. This is your safari. We want you to enjoy it. We want you to learn on it. So please do shoot those through to us. Edward, that is a good question. Can animals sense when danger is nearby? Definitely. So, of course, as we've touched on a lot, animals give off different scents and pheromones. And I've always wondered, what are the different scents and pheromones? Not that I think we would ever be able to not just smell it, but actually fathom and understand it. But yes, definitely, as soon as a predator is nearby, they can definitely pick up on that scent. And they will know, okay, well, something's not right. Same with predators, they can smell their prey. Okay, well, there's impala or there's wildebeest or something close by. But I think I've always thought that would be a super, super interesting thing to sort of learn about and find out more with regards to, what are the different scents and the chemicals perhaps in it. But again, I don't know. I don't think we can understand or even just smell it. Oh, just hear it, the little grebes. No, that was not correct, but that cute giggling sound you heard, those were the little grebes, those tiny birdies in the water. Just want to see, speaking of birds, there is a big black bird again in the tree. I want to know what it is. Aww. Just the crows. I'm just loving the activity at this waterhole. So many animals constantly coming and going. Jeez, I think that's the most springbok I've seen at once here at Ukokoyo. Definitely a lot of them. Well, it seems like we've got some visitors again in Mashatu. So let's head over so I can show you which animals have come to say hi. We've got some more hippolympus. As I say, after yesterday, I am just grateful to see anything at Mashatu, but specifically elephants, because it was literally such a quiet day yesterday, and it just made us realize that we should never take anything for granted. So when we see beautiful elephants or any other beautiful animals, you know, we should appreciate them in that moment. Well spotted. He was just asking me if I can see that terrapin on the rock. To be honest, I wasn't paying attention. There's a baby elephant, so I mean, then I lose all focus. But yes, indeed, there's a terrapin just sunbasking on the rock as well. And there's another one swimming just off to the right of it. So of course the terrapins are also very crucial to the ecosystem. They do make sure, just like the oxpeckers, you know, to clean the animals. So when the animals do come to the water and they are in fact in the water, they'll sort of just go to the animals and eat off the ticks and parasites on their legs and on other parts of their bodies, if they can actually get on. Like we've seen a lot, Dewey and his terrapin friends in Juma. Often they'll just sit on the animals and eat off as much as they can, thus cleaning the animal so the animal does not mind. But this terrapin is just getting ready for summer, getting its tan on. And this elephant is getting its poop on. Oh, it's gonna touch your leg. Lift your leg. Imagine. But still, look how it stepped over it. Like, even though obviously some of it touched the foot when it came down to the water, it still sort of stepped over it. It's an iffy elephant. And again, it just shows you how everything interacts, whether we see it or realize it or not, in nature. That urine is now going into the water and other animals are drinking that water. But the elephant's a vegetarian, so there's a lot of nutrients still in the urine. So gross. Luckily, we don't have to do that. But in nature, of course, everything is worked out. I'm secretly and quietly hoping these elephants will chase these Haridars away. As I mentioned earlier, of course, these Haridars are having an absolute buffet. the fresh water from yesterday, that is now also creating a lot of activity in the water, so they can have a lot of creepy crawlies and things to feast on. I've honestly, in my lifetime, but also my career, gotten a lot of good photographs of, animal reflections in the water. But for me, there's just nothing like an elephant reflection. Yes, they've left you. You must run, little one, young one. Just look at this Ellie resting its leg and taking a wee bit of a nap. Good stuff, elephants. We appreciate you so much. So what I will do, as always, keep an eye out for us for all of the beautiful animals. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get back to Andrew in Kariga.
So we are still here very close to Scotia Dam at the moment, and it's turned out to be quite a nice sighting of a lot of general game at the moment. So we have a beautiful group of eland antelope and then a nice dazzle of zebra, all forming their own little pockets there. It's very neat and tidy, I must say. But I must say, Lisa, you did pretty well with some of your mimics this morning. My favorite one that you made was the Hardy-Dar. I think that was spot on and good effort there. So Darcy, I believe you're waiting for me to mimic the ostrich. So I must say I'm not very good at ostrich. I have been trying to practice a little bit so I can sound a little bit like an ostrich, but I'm sure I'm very far off, but I will try. But then after the ostrich, I'm going to play one of the calls that I know I can mimic quite well. It'll be a vervet monkey. So ostrich as follows. Darcy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, so that is more or less what an ostrich sounds like. Luckily no ostrich around here to get a fright from me. But vervet monkey, that's the one call that I can mimic very, very well. So just imagine that a vervet monkey sitting in the tree, minding its own business, and then suddenly this vervet monkey spots a leopard walking on the ground. So okay, so I'm still going to think of a challenge for Lisa to get her back for that one this morning. Okay, so I'm going to just go into these eland over here. As there's also impala there. That's beautiful. Yo, look at that. That is actually very nice. Look how they are all staring in one direction. Well, most of them. I think what's happening is they're just turning their heads because there is a slight breeze at the moment. So I think they're turning their heads just to stop that breeze from going into their ear. Because what happens is it does disturb their hearing, and that's one of their most powerful senses, is hearing. And when it is windy, sometimes they don't hear as efficiently as they normally would, and so they don't like it very much. And you see the impalas in the background just moving along there. Some nice rams there, by the way. Okay, slowly merging with the zebra. Thank you, Melissa, that's very kind of you. Yeah, I think the vervet monkey wasn't too bad, just the ostrich interpretation there wasn't the greatest, but they are quite tricky. But I've heard ostrich quite a few times, and it is quite a difficult one to mimic. But it's actually quite amazing that each guide has got their own species that they learn to mimic very well. And I was actually just telling Nick earlier on that I had a friend out at Swalu, Kalahari, who could mimic spotted hyena and jackals to a T. Absolutely amazing, and he spent years and years practicing that, and he got it down to an absolute T. I think the easiest animal to mimic out there is more than likely leopard, because of that rasping sound, which I think you heard Lisa make. Some nice eland in this group here. So if you have a look almost center, there's a bull there that's just gone behind that female directly in the center. Now that's that bull that we've been watching the last few days, trying to court the female and showing a lot of interest in her for breeding. I don't know if that's her there, I'm presuming it is. But he's not going to mate with just one female, he's going to mate with as many females that are in condition to do so. And the whole concept behind that is to promote his genetics as many possible times as he possibly can before the day comes when either a predator catches him or he passes away. Would like to know that he has promoted his genetics as many times as possible. That's why a lot of animals don't favor one female, they'll go for a multitude of females. Okay, I'm just gonna zoom out a little bit. It's very quiet here otherwise on the plains here. I haven't seen Thandi at all in the last few days. I'm not sure where she's hanging out, and that's that female rhino that Ralph did a beautiful segment on, explaining her story, her life story, how she survived her terrible poaching incident about 10 years ago. But I was having a look at the exact day when poachers did manage to violate her, and she was poached on the same day as my sister's birthday, 2nd of March, so about 10 years ago. So she's got a wonderful story, and it's important that we keep her story alive. So I'm hoping she is gonna come out and about and walk around here, and then we can cover her. And she does have a young calf with her, which is fantastic. To know that she has gone through something terribly traumatic, yet she has still managed to breed and contribute towards the population of southern white rhinos. Zebras just smelling each other there. A little bit of self-grooming and allo grooming. You often find this with zebras, that when one starts to groom the other, then the other one automatically usually starts grooming. So it's a bit of a social thing that happens there, where they sort of re-establish their bonds, because not all zebras in a harem are going to get along. Some of them are going to bite and kick each other, just like in horses. In stable environments, same thing goes, that some horses really don't like each other. Same goes with zebra, but yet they are part of the same harem. But in other zebras, they will form really strong social bonds, such as these two over here, and they help just with mutual itches and scratches on the body. So I do apologize, some of the eland are cut off there. I'm just trying to get the impala and the zebra. Carol, good morning. Thank you for climbing aboard there. Your zebras are, for the most part, they are grazers. They do enjoy grasses, and that's hence the reason why you do find them on the open plains environments. I'm just trying to think if they would browse, given a situation where it's an extreme drought and there aren't enough grasses. I'm sure they will eat a little bit of leaf from trees as well, if they had to.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
Blue wildebeest. The implausibility of wildebeest, that is the collective noun. Right, just going to zoom out and then go back to the eland. But if you have any questions or comments that you would like to send through, please do feel free. Remember, this is your safari. And if there's anything that you are possibly wondering, you're more than welcome at any time. You can see these elands are actually quite cold at the moment, so they are finally erecting the fur. Which means that just like yourself, when you get goosebumps on your body and your hair raises on your arm or your leg or whatever the case may be, it's the same concept, and that helps to trap in their heat and they're able to be warm. You can actually see that bull that's walking there next to the zebra. He's more darker than what he usually is, and that's from file erection of the fur. And he's got the most amazing dewlap there, so he's in very good condition, that bull. And it is indeed that bull that has been following females for the past few days. buck in there as well. So a beautiful coexisting group of antelope here. And I think if I was an antelope out in the nature, I would very much like to follow other antelopes and other animals. And we can definitely use each other and form safety in number pockets. I'm going to continue watching these zebras and these eland and see what they're going to get up to. But in the meantime, let's head off back to Lisa in Mashatu in Botswana.
Thank you, Andrew, and well done on your ostrich call, your monkey call, your baboon call. The ostrich, I can't judge you on, because to be honest, I can't do that. So, good job. But we are with a mommy and a baby elephant in Mashatu. So precious. And I think it's by far one of my favorite things to watch in nature is the bond between a mom and a baby. With all animals, but specifically elephants. Because, you know, they have bonding moments like this. Or when the baby is nursing. Or even in a massive herd, you know, that baby will still know. Sometimes it tries to drink from the wrong mom. But they still know which one is their mother. And it's incredible to see, you know, how the herd, even though it's not their baby directly, they really take care of one another. But how precious is this scene, just with mommy and the little one. Timothy, good morning. And thank you so much for getting in touch with us. So elephants protect themselves in bad weather, just like other animals, you know. Funny enough, the babies will do this. They will sort of huddle underneath the adults and sort of just get shelter in that manner. But they will head deeper into the bush. They'll sort of gather in a group to, you know, sort of just build, I want to say heat, against the cold and the rain and all of that. But yes, just like the other animals, and I suspect that's what's probably happened yesterday, is, you know, because of that, even though it was very short, all of the animals headed into the bush after those rains, just to sort of get some shelter, be protected. And of course, remember, when it is storming, when there's thunder and lightning and wind and all of that, the animals can't exactly pinpoint where scents and noises and things are coming from. So the deeper they are in the bush, the safer they feel, as opposed to being out in the open and potentially being very, very vulnerable. Sorry about that. We lost our elephants. She probably wanted to hide that little one. I would too. I would not even come anywhere where people could see me if I had such an adorable thing. But as you can see, it is still super busy at Okokoyo. A lot of activity with all of the antelope and all of the animals coming down for water. As always, I'm still hoping for some more elephants. Perhaps a bird of prey, some rhinos. So beautiful. Oh dear, I'm not sure what happened now. But the oryx were not happy. But you can see the other animals are not in distress, so it's probably just something touched their feet. You know, when you're swimming and you're convinced something just touched your feet. But of course, you know, they can at any time become a meal. So if they do feel uncomfortable in any situation, or they do get frightened perhaps by something, they will definitely rather bolt as opposed to just staying put in that situation, because they don't know. They feel comfortable here. From what they know, there is not a crocodile here. But of course, you know, if you're on water and you do feel threatened or scared by anything, you will rather get out of the situation as opposed to sticking around and hoping it passes by. If you just look at the small group of zebra, if you really start paying attention, you'll see how different their stripes are. Again, to us, you know, when you see them in a group, they all look the same. But just look at this one closest to us, for instance. It's got very prominent white areas on the body. And then if you look a bit further back, you can actually see how they all differ with regards to their stripe pattern, where it is on the faces. I do think it must be terrifying because these animals can never truly fully relax. Whether they're in the water or on the plains or in the bush, you always have to sort of be on edge because you never know when there's a lion lurking by. You never know when there's a crocodile in the water. See this one. Sorry, I only saw that now as soon as we went out. This one springbok has sort of like a growth or something on its stomach. Now again, that could be genes. I'm just going to try find that springbok again. Might be genes. It's just like a growth. I remember one reserve I worked on, there was an elephant with a massive growth on its stomach as well. And I remember people always getting so worried, saying, oh, it might be a tumor or something. And it just kept growing and growing. And we actually at one stage we had the vet come out, the wildlife vet, just to come make sure, you know, it is not potentially harmful to the animal. And it literally just was a growth, just like a wart on the animal. So I think, don't know, but I think that might also just be the case for the springbok, which I lost.
In that face, you know, and then he's doing like this. I know. He's doing that to you. He's doing it to me and my dad. Do it to me. And he knows it, you know, he knows it. But he's doing it. I'm thinking like, oh my goodness, I don't want to use him in softball. I know, you need to do it, but I know what you want. You need to put some kind of way to it. But when it's entering, I don't know how you do this, but you get your parents to agree that they see big thing more. But you get your parents on your side. But he doesn't listen to them, honey. That doesn't matter to him at all. It does still help. No, it doesn't. On your side. No, it doesn't. Even if the, I mean, yeah, I look through it, honey. Even if all three of us say like, stop it. It's like, doesn't matter. I hate it that people always comment on my hair. What? Like, oh, I can't see your blonde hair anymore. And my granny as well, now another sister. I'm like, yeah, because I don't have it anymore. answer some stupid answer. Oh, just look closely, and then you.
No, I'm just like, she just said like, hi, how are you?
Timmy took it.
I am just loving all of this activity, and honestly, as I say every day, you know, it's so interesting to just see constantly animals coming and going, doing their thing.
Hi, how are you? I'm good. How can I help? No, it's not Tasha's phone.
So just as I mentioned,
3 number
this
0.
isn't. Ooh, look at the kudos. Sorry. This is in fact a destination for people to also come visit, which is definitely on my bucket list. So if you do hear people every now and again, it's actually people in the hide sitting at the camp. And no, they are not that close, believe it or not. This camera is just really, really good to us and picks up all of the sound and everything. So I apologize about that. But if you ever have the chance, I definitely think you should visit Okokweyo. As I say, just from what I've been observing for the past few months and from my mother's testimony, this is really quite the destination to come visit if you ever come to Africa.
Then you out.
Sam.
Swimming. Swimming.
Swimming.
Yeah. You talk it up. Like
Swimming.
swimming.
Like swims to trotzdem. Trotscreen.
Come to this.
Yes. The Ulrich Schmidt friend. Instellig zum Morgen.
So of course this might be a bachelor herd. We do see there are cows amongst them as well, the kudu, I mean. So just like the impala, the males will have the horns and the females will be hornless. However, it has happened before, you know, where a female has in fact grown horns. And a male, I know of a male that was also seen that did not have horns. So of course, you know, you can tell that by the genitalia. But again, that's just, nature is an odd thing. Just like people. Some people have one blue eye and one green eye. Nature is really, truly something else. So this might be a bachelor herd coming out for a couple of years. Maybe trying to chat up those two ladies. Kimberley, so of course, you know, when springboks are in the water like this, they can cleanse themselves. But just like impala, pretty much, you know, they lick themselves, make sure they stay clean, have that glossy coat. And yes, that is how they will clean themselves. I always say I'm so grateful that we are not like animals that actually have to sort of lick ourselves to get ourselves clean. Often when I look at my cat as well, I'm just... And it's funny, she's the cleanest cat. She will literally have lied in the garden, come back in, get on the bed, and then she's super clean because she cleans herself. But can you imagine you had to lick yourself to get clean? Luckily we've got other methods of cleaning ourselves. But yes, that's how they'll do it.
What do you say?
I'm trying to rack my brain now to think what other animals calls I can do. But none come to mind right now, believe it or not. And when I am on safari, I can always, come up. Ooh, I can try jackal. Because, of course, we do have jackals here in Okokweyo. Last night we saw 2. So the black-backed jackal, when they call one another for, I don't know, social reasons, or if they've perhaps found a kill or something, they will, of course, call each other. So this is a black-backed jackal. That is my imitation, at least. And believe it or not, I've actually been on a safari more than once. Of course, I've been on safari, but what I'm relating to now is the what happened. And we stopped for a leg stretch on the plains, which is a massive open area. And far away, I saw jackals. And this jackal was like constantly looking around, and I actually did that, which is ethically not correct. Because, I'm misleading the jackal, but I did it just to see what's going to happen. And this jackal actually got up and it called back to me. So I guess I did it right, unless he thought I maybe had rabies or something, but but yes. My director is asking that I perhaps try lilac-breasted roller call, which is not too difficult. I'm just trying to.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
What is it with these birds? As soon as I want to have a look at them, they fly away. And they don't even know I'm here, so it's not like I'm noisy or making sudden movements. Full of nonsense. But speaking of birds and antelope and all things crazy, no, here comes my elephants. No. We're not going anywhere, don't worry. They got my message, and it's so many of them. Definitely, they knew I was about to leave. They were like, wait, we're coming, we got the message. We slept in late, we have a little one that can't move that fast. We're coming. Alrighty, so we've had our Ellies at Mashatu, and now Ukukuyo, and hopefully Juma is good to us later today as well. But what a treat! And we will now see the reaction from the other animals. Just look at that cow in front, smelling the water, leading the way. They seem so excited. Yep, the other animals know. All right. We know you guys are big. No need to tell us anything. We will move. Now look at the Nunu running. And another Nunu. Oh, look at them. You can tell that. This bull at the back. I'm coming. You can tell they must have been pretty hot. As I said, today is a full-on 38 degrees Celsius, and that is pretty hot. So they must be just enjoying this water now. Oh, just look at them. Matthew, I could not agree with you more. These elephants definitely know how to make an entrance. And they know how to party at a pool. Oh man, this must feel so good. Can you imagine? I mean, even though we can see that tree line, it's not around the corner. It's still a pretty vast distance to have to travel. So can you imagine from wherever they came from? It's a really hot day, and this water must just feel absolutely phenomenal right now. Oh, I'm just so happy right now, honestly. Of course, I'm always hoping for some elephants. But you can never be too sure who is in fact going to pitch up for the day. So, Margaret, all of these animals, even though they know the elephants won't eat them or anything, of course, you know, it's massive animals, so I think it's just a sort of thing of respect. And of course, it's a big herd of them coming down, so it's very intimidating. So I think, as you can see, the other animals are coming back now. It's just sort of a thing of giving them space, letting them choose their area where they would want to be, and then they'll come back. I think if such a big thing ran to me as well, and 10 or 15 of them, I would also definitely like, no, sorry, you do your thing, I will come back when you are comfortable. So it's not a thing of necessarily, you know, being terrified of them because it's dangerous or anything. It's just, I think it's very intimidating. This must honestly just feel so wonderful. If you're such a big animal and you know, you're hot, yes, you do have your ears to help you with the blood circulation, cooling the body down and all of that, but still, I think we all know, even as humans, nothing beats a good swim on a hot day. And a cocktail. Of course, this is a good swim and a cocktail for them. Ice cold cocktail. Just look at the little one. It's very nice. Luckily, it's easy for the little one because he's just tiny still, so he can literally just plonk down and get wet. Whereas if you're fully grown elephants, it's a little bit more tricky, so that's why they use their trunks. They can also flop down and just sort of get wet all over. But if they don't feel like it, they can always just use their trunk. Arctic Circle, thank you so much for your interesting question. Is the ecosystem around this watering hole stable? Yes, I would think so. Definitely you can see it due to all of the wildlife and everything that is around it. But even if it was not, nature will balance itself out again, you know, to become stable again by either, you know, defeating the weakest amongst all of the species, or I don't even know how to explain it. Like, basically, without human intervention, Mother Nature will always just thrive and succeed, because that is what she was made to do. But yes, I would say the ecosystem is stable. Again, I wouldn't want to live here as an animal, but it definitely works. You know, all of these animals thrive, they reproduce, they survive, they have food, they have water. And of course, if there's not enough food or water, they will move on to hopefully a better area to find all of that. But yes, that's why it's so important, as humans, we have to try and create as little impact as possible, whether it's intervening with nature, or I often had that, with guests on safari asking us, you can clearly see that impala's leg is broken, why do you not help it? Unfortunately, as soon as you help one animal, you have to help all of them. And it's the same with anything else in nature, we have to try and intervene as little as possible, because Mother Nature has been doing what she does for millions of years, or how many years, whatever. And she will keep doing so, with or without us. So that is why it's so important for us to take care of all of these animals and protect them and save them as much as we can. And when I say save, I don't mean literally saving every impala with a broken leg. I just mean in terms of, doing our bit as humans, not littering, and so many things that we can do to help nature. We will save them and just definitely ensure that future generations, my niece one day, and her children, and your grandchildren, and their grandchildren, will one day still get to sit here at Ukokoyo observing these animals in the wild as they were meant to be seen. That was such a quick swim though. I would literally stay here the whole day if I was them. But again, they might be on a schedule. We don't know what is happening in their minds. Might have somewhere else to go, family reunion, or go visit grandma or something. I thought it's too good to be true. No swim can be that quick when it's this hot. Oh, this has literally made my day. We don't have to see anything else for the rest of the day. Of course, it would be lovely, and I would love to show you some more animals. But this is really just, oh, cherry on top of the cake. Joshua, that is a very interesting question. It's one of my favorite topics to discuss, animal behavior. You would like to know if it's taught or passed down. So it's a little bit of both. Just like humans, some things you inherit, some characteristics and stuff, and other things you see by constantly watching someone every day and seeing that sort of behavior, listening to their voice and watching their mannerisms. So it's the same with elephants and all animals for that matter. If you look at these elephants, for instance, the babies will constantly watch the older ones and see, oh, okay, that's what you do with your trunk. And of course, as they grow, they also get more control, for instance, in their trunk alone. But it's all by observing the adults, the walking, the eating. Of course, they struggle when they are still young. But just like us, none of us can perfectly walk or eat or any of that when you are still a baby. So it's definitely taught. I do believe some of it is also passed down through genetics. But yes, most of it is taught, I would say. If you look at a lion, for instance, or even a cheetah, a cheetah female would be solitary with her cubs, and then as time slowly progresses, she'll sort of start to take them on hunts and show them a couple of times, and then have them try it out, and then watch from the side, and then step in if she needs to. So it is definitely taught as well. And the same goes for lions and other animals. I love how these impala are just like, yes, we know, we'll move. You don't have to chase us. Little one. Mommy, can I hold your tail, please? That trunk is so tiny. I always say this when I go to a shopping center as well, or when I'm in a shop or something. Sorry, I thought I saw something close to that baby elephant. But when you go to the shop and you see like these itty bitty baby shoes and baby clothes and everything, it's hard to think you were that tiny. And I always feel the same with the elephants. Like, you can't believe that tiny thing is going to be the largest living land mammal on Earth one day. Same with lions. You can't imagine that tiny ball of fluff that can barely even meow is going to become a massive killing machine one day. It's always just so fascinating to see creatures evolve and grow. I remember as a kid, when adults pinched you on your cheek and said, "Oh, you're becoming so big." I hated that, hated. And now I'm doing the same with my niece. I can't believe how far she's growing up, so. And the same with these animals. I remember on the reserves I used to work at as well. Just like we get close to the hyena cubs and the leopards and everything, it literally does become like your children. Because you watch them grow up and you watch them progress and go through all of these different things in life. So hopefully we'll get to see this baby elephant grow up with time as well. Good morning, Jennifer. So good to hear from you. Apart from elephants, what other animals dig for water? I've seen rhinos do it, as well as buffaloes. But of course, elephants will be the most successful, having their trunks, having their incredible sense of smell. If anyone can think of any other animals, please do let me know. But yes, I guess essentially, animals are constantly adapting, constantly evolving, to survive. So I do believe that if they smell water, they will sort of make a plan to get to it. But of course, elephants being the most successful, having their trunks and their hooves and everything to help them. I love how they just spread themselves out and just sort of give each other the space they need. They were all excited, all drank together, and now they're just sort of, spreading out, finding their space and place where they want to be at. Hi, little one. You're not a noonie, but we like you. You see this one just scratching itself. So elephant skin, although it's very, very thick and very rough and leathery, they have super, super sensitive skin actually. They can literally feel when a parasite is perching on them. Look how they shelter that youngster. And that's not even a tiny baby. But they know this one is still young, doesn't have all the street smarts yet. Let's just protect it if need be.
It's that time of the year filled with tricking and treats. Join Wild Earth and hang on to your seats. There'll be creepers and crawlies to thrill and delight. We're looking at what keeps you up at night. So come take a peek at what we've got in store. Turn out the lights and lock up your door. It's a spooky safari coming to your screen. Come one and come all to Wild Earth's Halloween.
Well, I am so thrilled that we got to see our elephants in Ukukoyo. Wow, what a scene that was. And all of the other animals are just like, oh, finally they have left and we can enjoy our day again in peace and harmony. But hopefully we will see some elephants again here today. But in the meantime, we've got some more elephants in Mashatu again. So let's have a look-see. We are just too spoiled today. Just look at this. And our terrapin is still on its rock in front of the elephants. So fascinating how they just quickly come for a drink or swim or mud, wallow. And then other days, they can stay in one area for 2 hours or even longer if they need to or want to. William, so the elephants like that spot particularly, with the rocks there on the side of the water, because it's sort of like a spring for them. So they love the water coming out there. From what we've seen, they tend to enjoy that spot the most. Woo! Oh, that would have made an awesome photo. It's one of my favorite things photographing. Elephants, mud bathing and swimming, dust bathing. If you are ever in the position, please do yourself a favor and try to photograph it. It is so easy and so much fun. Richard, good morning, almost good afternoon. Perfect landing indeed. It's incredible how they know. Of course it's a massive animal, so it's bound to fall somewhere. But it's incredible just how they know, okay, well, I want this amount, I want it in that area. So I'm just going to throw it a little bit further or closer or just nearby. How do they know? That's why I just love these animals. They're all so intelligent, fascinating. And yes, for me personally, I don't think you can ever learn enough about elephants. About their behavior, about just everything about them. And of course, this wallow that it is currently in, of course, that the water holes do sort of have a form and a shape. But animals like warthogs and rhinos and buffaloes and elephants do tend to, make an even bigger crater by excavating it. Because, of course, they need the mud. They like the mud. So the more soil they get loose from the sides, the more mud they can create. And have a perfect mixture of mud for their skins. Just want to have a look-see and see if they have completely disappeared and what else is around. Nope, they have disappeared, or they have perhaps moved around to the other side. We will take a look-see now. Just making extra sure, checking the trees and everything. Just loving these quillias and all of the bird calls. So beautiful and just peaceful. Trying to think if there's another bird call that I can imitate, but I can't think of anything right now. Let me have a think about it. Ooh, now that I think of one. So, former colleagues of mine, actually, well, we're still friends, but they actually saved a Varu eagle owl, and what had happened was we raised this owl, or they raised it. I was just a fan. But we raised it and eventually was able to put it back into the wild. But this owl had the cutest whistle. It's got like a... And literally, if we would call him, if he was out in the wild, he would come. And if you do not know what they look like, please do yourself a favor. And yes, definitely research them. Because it's a massive owl with these massive talons. And I remember, like, when he landed on our shoulders, it was pretty painful. And now it is nice and peaceful and quiet again with Mashatu. Oh, let's just take a moment just to appreciate these beautiful sounds. We've got elephants again. You see, sometimes just if you're a little bit patient, the animals do eventually come. And it's a Nunu. Oh, this female has beautiful tusks. Now, of course, this youngster could be her nephew or niece. We never know. Very interesting tusks she has. You can see the one is sort of... Oh, there's another one coming. People will probably think I've never seen an elephant in my life. I have actually been very, very fortunate to work very closely with elephants. With my first ever job, I was a game management administrator, and we used to, make sure all of the animals on the reserve were okay. And then my former lodge, where I also worked, they had a herd of elephants which they rescued from Zimbabwe. So no, I have seen a lot of elephants in my life, had a lot of elephant sightings, but it just never gets old. Cheeky youngster. Oh, the bonding is insane from the youngsters today. It's so beautiful. Christopher, so elephants are not fond of thunderstorms. I mean, sometimes there is not much that they can do about it. But of course, when they have youngsters, they are even more so on edge. But no, they are not too fond of it. You know, they'll try to get shelter as much as they can. But for the most part, not big fans, from what I've seen at least. I don't know if there's some weird elephant herds out there that actually love it. But no, for the most part, because you can imagine it's really loud. They've got really, really sensitive hearing. So thunder, lightning, just like our dogs and cats at home. I know most dogs and cats do not like it at all. My Cocker Spaniel was not at all a fan of thunder. He would literally disappear or get under your legs or get as much shelter as he can. My cat is also not fond of it. She'll definitely get into a cupboard or underneath a cupboard or just something. So the same goes for elephants. They've got very, very, very sensitive hearing. So you can just imagine how loud that must be to us. To them. If it's so loud to us, it must be really, really hard on their ears. Look at Dumbo. Just look at that reflection. Oh, an elephant silhouette against the sunset. I don't think you can have anything better to photograph. Perhaps a giraffe, but from all my wildlife photos, that has been my favorite. Elephants on the water with a reflection and a silhouette against the sunset. Oh, stunning. Just like this. Just look at that. That's awesome. I'm not sure if that is a hardy-daw or a bustard. That birdie there on the water's edge does seem a bit small though. Might just be a guinea fowl or something. Let's have a look. Ugh. It's just a hardy-daw. Is it? It's not a bustard, but oh no, yes, it's just a hardy-daw. False alarm! I'm kidding. Everyone is important. Some are just more annoying, but everyone is important out here. But the fact that the lapwings did not make a lot of noise about the monitor, maybe they don't have eggs in there, but again, we don't know. It's just odd to me that they were in that particular area. But again, it might just of course be for some shade, just to cool off. Oh, it's tricky to see him now as he's going into the shade. Just losing him now. He's definitely smelling something. You can see he's sort of looking for something. It might, however, of course, be, you know, that the monitor has also laid eggs here. This is a female. She has laid her eggs here. Very interesting. And as always, you know, we can speculate as much as we'd like, but we actually have no clue what's going on in these animals' minds, in their lives. Just look at that. If we hadn't seen him going in there, you would never know that monitor is there. You can definitely see smelling something. The tongue is constantly out. Just want to see if it's going to come back out or go deeper in. It's just in that shade of the tree now. How incredible. You would never know there's a monitor in there if you did not actually see it going in there. Amazing, but I'll definitely keep an eye on this spot now that we know there is a monitor in there. Of course, as I mentioned, I don't know what their purpose is in there, if they perhaps are looking for something, but I'll definitely keep an eye out. Just want to have one last look around. Alrighty, well, not much else seems to be happening at Mashatu right now, so I think let's take a look at Ukukuyo and see what is happening there. Hello, animals. Got very excited there for a moment. That's why I held my breath. I thought it's maybe a rhino in the dead center of the waterhole. But it's not. Tis a mere antelope called an oryx. So, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe Andrew did challenge me to a vervet monkey call as well. Now, I do want to say up front, I cannot do it as well as he can. I used to have a colleague that can literally also do it perfectly, but I am not yet there. I have practiced many a times in my life, but I'm still not there. So, Andrew, well done on your monkey call. That was very impressive. But this is my vervet monkey alarm call. But, excuse me, got a frog in my throat in the process. But of course, you know, practice makes perfect. When I was still actively guiding in the bush, I had that down to a T, I think. But, of course, you know, if you don't do something every day, you tend to lose your touch a little bit. But we will definitely, as I said before, Escape to Nature is done today. I will definitely do a lion roar for you. But yes, if you've got any other animal noises you would like me to imitate, I will try. I cannot promise anything. But do let me know if you have any questions or comments. Please let me know. I would love to hear from all of you. Urban Junior, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know if water can ever be unhealthy to animals. Yes, of course. Especially if there's something like a contaminated animal in the water. That has actually happened many a times in the wild where, let's say for instance, an animal ran away from a predator and the predator never got to it. Let's say, for instance, it was maybe a buffalo, a lone buffalo that thought the water might be the best retreat, and that buffalo perhaps has TB. That can definitely then get spread onto the rest of the animals, and unfortunately thus be, of course, unhealthy to animals. So yes, definitely. But in terms of that, I have to say animals have a very keen smell or sense of smell, you know, when it does come to that as well. They can definitely smell fresh water as opposed to contaminated water, for instance. I cannot wait for these animals to have their babies. I'm literally like a kid that is anxiously awaiting Christmas presents or something. Of course, you know, not all of the animals will sadly survive because they will be the vulnerable ones to the predators. But I cannot wait for all the baby animals. The baby antelope, baby zebras, baby wildebeest. Hopefully some more baby elephants. But of course, you know, elephants don't have a specific breeding season. They can pretty much mate any time of the year and give birth any time of the year. But these guys, for instance, are summer breeders. So they'll have their little ones soon. Little springbokkies. Robert, you would like to know what bird makes that noise. I'm trying to listen now. There are lapwings, there's crows. Just trying to listen if there's a specific noise that's or call that's perhaps standing out to you. You can let me know. So this morning, I did do a leopard call for us. Not very accurately, I think. So we have done the leopard call. As I say, I'm not sure if it was accurate. But later on, before we end today, I will definitely do a line roll for you as well. But this is pretty much what a cheetah sounds like. And what I want to point out first, before I do the call, is that the reason there's a massive difference between cheetah, leopard, and lions is due to their larynx. So when a lion roars, those larynx basically expand. With a leopard, it's not completely able to expand as much as a lion's, but it can go a little bit, so that's why they give more of a growl, or like a, yeah, I'd say a growl. And then a cheetah, they don't have that ability at all. So when cheetahs call each other, I don't know who of you have actually heard it, but it is adorable. So a cheetah call is basically, I have to think now. A cheetah call is basically almost like a house cat. It's like a and that goes for adults and little ones, you know, when the mommy is perhaps calling the little ones after she's potentially hunted, or if a coalition member is looking for another one, that is the call they will actually make. And if you do not believe me, go research it. It is adorable. Such an impressive cat. And then they make that beautiful call. Not quite sure if that was an actual person or a monkey that gave that shot. As Andrew said, we do sound very similar to sometimes monkeys or even baboons. We've got a giraffe, our first giraffe for the day. I have been hoping for one the whole morning, and now it has finally arrived. Sorry we woke up before you, giraffe. And now it's gone. There it is. Elizabeth, I believe you are 8 years old. That is so young. Thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. Springboks are... I'm trying to think now if they're good swimmers. I mean, if they need to be, they'll probably be good swimmers, yes. I think it's a very... For all animals, actually, it's a very broad question, because I think if anything needs to, it will probably escape if it's got enough strength. But I think so. If you need to be a good swimmer, you probably become one quickly if you need to get away from a crocodile or lion or something. Come on, giraffe. Come drink your water. And invite your friend as well. I do believe there was another giraffe not too far behind you. There we go. I thought I saw another giraffe. Don't know who of you heard my song this morning, but in the end I did say we'll try to also show you a giraffe. And now we have. Patricia, thank you so much for your question about the giraffes, wanting to know if they are double jointed. No, it's actually a very interesting thing with giraffes because, you know, for such skinny legs, it's impressive the weight that they actually, you know, can carry. But there's actually been new research done that's revealed that what makes their stems or their legs so sturdy is besides, of course, you know, having elongated leg bones, giraffes are equipped with pieces of connective tissue, which we call the suspensory ligaments. Not ligaments, Lisa. Technically, it is ligaments. But yes, that's what holds them up. And, but no, to answer your question, no, they are not. Sorry. I got carried away there with ligaments. But it's a very, very fascinating animal, especially when they're drinking water. And they've got an incredibly good blood pressure system, you know, because of course you can imagine when your head is that large and you're going down to drink water, it's quite a lot to handle, all of that pressure. So no, the anatomy of giraffes are actually very, very fascinating. For instance, if you look at their necks. So they've just got 7 vertebrae in our... Why are we running? What's happening? I know. These animals are full of tantrums. So their necks, sorry, I got carried away again. In their necks, they just have 7 vertebrae. And we actually have the same. You know, of course, these are just much, much larger. But same structure as we do. This one is either chewing a bone or regurgitating something. Because, of course, they are ruminants. They can regurgitate their food and get as much nutrients as possible, but they do also, specifically when there has not yet been proper rains, they'll actually also practice osteophagia, which is the chewing of bones. The one day someone sent, or I saw a video, and it was a giraffe that was busy chewing a bone. And this person was convinced that the giraffe is eating a bird. And the more I said, no, it's a bone, they do that for extra calcium. This person was just absolutely convinced that they had chewed a bird and spat it out. But again, you know, you'd never know. Might have been. Just like anything else, we will never truly know. But no, I do believe it was a bone. Luckily, we don't have to do that. We can just have a glass of milk or have a yogurt.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
This is the call a giraffe makes when they go down for drinking. I don't know if they actually do make a call. If any of the viewers or the naturalists have actually ever heard a giraffe making a call, please do let me know. I've had this argument with many people that people said they do make a call, and I said, well, have you heard it? No, but I've read about it and everything. Like, I've never personally heard a giraffe make a call, so that's why I don't know if they make a call. But please, if you have, please let me know. But you will not believe it. Donovan is finally able to say hello to all of us all the way from Amakhala. So let's head over to Donovan and hear what animal noise he has for us.
Afternoon. Wow, it is afternoon already. That flew by. Unfortunately, we weren't able to go out super early just due to the fact that it has been raining. But welcome back to Amakhala. My name's Donovan. We got Morgan behind the camera today, this afternoon. So starting off with just a landscape, a little bit of wind, but hopefully it keeps the rain away and we can actually see some. Oh, what is that? Something, I don't know if you can, there's something, oh, okay, never mind. Just a hardy-dar. You got lots of those around here. But yeah, I've seen a lot of crows flying around. Got some pearl-breasted swallows circling us, and that hardy-dar. I can't see it from where I'm sitting. Oh, okay. Ah, there he is. So hardy-dars might not be the most attractive looking birds in cloudy weather, but as soon as they... So, bit of a competition going on today. Between myself, Lisa and Andrew, as far as I'm aware, we are seeing who can do the best animal noise. So I'm sure anyone that has been to South Africa knows what a hardy-dar sounds like. So hopefully I do it justice. Got to think about this one.
Start screaming.
Morgan says I must just start screaming. It sounds similar. He's not wrong though. Yo. Ah! No, that doesn't sound right. It sounds right in my head, but it doesn't sound right when it comes out. It did sound like a crow. Well, there we go. I've done a crow's call.
I can't see any.
Pied crow on our left, on the tree. Morgan's purposefully not showing you, so nobody believes me. Yeah, hopefully that hardy-dar pops out again. So hardy-dars have actually got incredibly developed bills that they use to probe the ground, to pick up worms and anything that's underneath the ground, little grubs and things like that. Also get different species of ibises. We get the African sacred ibis here, which is a black and white bird. A little bit bigger than a hardy-dar, slightly taller, but we don't necessarily see them a huge amount. We've got lots of hardy-dars. Yeah, pied crow flies away. Oh, you got lucky today, Morgan. Not playing ball. So I'll go with a crow. See what Lisa and Andrew think of that. I'll challenge them to give me their best pied crow call. Just gonna have a look to see if there's anything down in the distance that I can see. Oh, they're out again. Oh yeah. So I was saying earlier how they don't necessarily look the greatest. They look quite dull or bland in overcast weather, but when the sun hits them, they've actually got quite a distinct, or not, quite a big iridescent spot on the side of their wings. You can ever so slightly see it when there is cloud cover. Sorry, Morgan, I'm just going to stand up. I can't see it properly. Sorry if I move the camera a bit too much. I still can't see it. Oh no, it's just gone under the tree there. It's also a southern fiscal flying around. It used to be called a fiscal shrike, or some people know it as a Jackie Hangman or a butcher bird, and the reason is they will go and catch mice and grasshoppers and caterpillars and worms, and they will stick it onto a thorn, on a thorn tree, any type of thorn tree, to demarcate their territory. It acts as a warning for any other males that come into the area. There was a hardy dog calling. I can't do it that well, but maybe I'll try a little bit later. No? Okay. Doesn't sound right. I'm not very good at it. So we're going to head back over to Lisa in Mashatu, and I want to hear her hardy dog impression.
I cannot stop laughing, Don. Thank you so much. I don't know which was best, or better, your hardy-dog or your crow. I can try a crow. It's not going to be as good as yours, but my crow would pretty much just be imitating you. So like a ah! But I don't know. But your hardy-dog was really, really good. So thank you for playing along. Lots of fun, you know. As naturalists, we have to keep ourselves entertained when the animals are not around to do it for us. But luckily we've got giraffe, zebra and elephant, all of the African icons. May, good afternoon. You would like to know if elephants have toenails? Yes, they do. It's very, very fascinating actually when you start to study and research their anatomy. But yes, indeed, they have toenails. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm just trying to remember correctly. My good friend and former colleague Tiger will be very disappointed if I get this wrong now. I think in front they have 4 toenails visible, and at the back 5. Or other way around. Let me just make sure about that, but yes, they have toenails. So peaceful here today in Mashatu. Beautiful blue sky, serene water. Feels like I'm getting in the zone, my Zen zone. Just as soon as the animals have moved off, I just want to see if that monitor is still around by any chance. Sheesh, that zebra's fat. Sorry, I mean pregnant. She's very pregnant. Like you can literally see the sides of her bulging. She's poofy. Naturally poofy. You see, I was not lying. She's literally bulging. Ready to have a baby zebra. Ooh, I remember another bird call that I can make. It's the guinea fowl. It's an easy one, so I guess I'm cheating, but oh well. So this is what guinea fowls sound like. And then they make like a ga 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 ga. I can't do the last bit. You see, I can only do half of these calls. I don't know if points will get deducted. But I really hope either Andrew or Donovan will attempt an Egyptian goose. We can see you, giraffe, with your beautiful legs. Ooh, there's another one coming. Just there at the back. I'm going to do the giraffe call now. Again, I'm kidding. I don't know. If you have ever heard a giraffe make a call, please let me know. Because I've never heard one, so I would really love to. Wait for it. Wait for it. That one did it easier than the other one though. Ooh, my breath is not that long. Suzanne, yes, giraffes are always water ready. Photo ready. I thought water ready. Yes, they are indeed always photo ready. Especially when they know they're not being watched. I actually got a memory from my social media this morning, and it was taken 4 years ago, and it was the most beautiful silhouette of a giraffe against a sunrise. So yes, they make the perfect models, whether it's during the day, sunrise, sunset. They are in fact always photo ready, as you say. Just beautiful, the silhouettes against the water, or the reflections I should say. It's just awesome sometimes just to listen to the noises and the sounds. Just observe these animals. Rob, I cannot answer you on that. That is why we are on edge. I was wondering, this one giraffe kept looking to the one side the whole time. But Rob, I cannot answer you, to be honest, because I'm not sure if they are vocal, as I've mentioned. I don't know if they make noises, but just like all of the other animals, by scent and pheromones and smell, a male will smell if a female is ready and in estrus and ready to mate. But in terms of actual vocal communication, I cannot tell you. I don't know. I've never heard them, so I cannot testify to that. We've even got a fly or an insect or something that is obviously close to the dam cam, which we can hear that zzz. That is my chocho noise for the day. Just want to have a look and see if this monitor is still around and if I can in fact still see it. Just want to have a look there. Now, of course, it will be tricky because it is amongst the mud and it is in the shade. But I will try just to have a look-see and perhaps just see. I think I see it, but I'm not too sure. It's going to be a little bit tricky to take a closer look, but if you look right below the actual stump of this fallen over acacia, if you look close to the corner of it, you'll sort of see an outline or shape, which I suspect is the monitor, but again, I can't be sure. It shows a very, very good spot. So as I mentioned, it could also be a female. They will dig a hole and then lay their eggs there and actually then leave the area. So it might be because of that. Just want to see what these geese are up to. Perhaps there's a secret meeting that we don't know about happening here today. Or it's just a good spot for the animals with nice shade, good shelter. Ruby, you are asking a very good question while I'm trying to see if this water monitor will come out. However, I'm not so sure it is there anymore. We would like to know how long the monitor lizards can go without eating. So they are, of course, reptiles. So just like a snake or crocodile, you know, they can sort of eat something and then it'll take quite a while, depending on the size of the meal, to digest. So quite a few days, or I would even say, you know, depending on the size of the monitor lizard in comparison to the size of the meal they've had, quite some time. That's where reptiles have a massive advantage. Ooh, check, it's happening again. Yes, get your grip, otherwise you might slip. That always just astonishes me, these massive animals, and they never slip. Well, of course they slip, but I mean, I've never actually seen one face plant. Yesterday I almost did it, Ukokoyo, and it was hilarious, but of course they have very, very, very good grip on their hooves and on their feet, which helps them.
did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
The giraffe is not liking something over in that bush. So I shall investigate, but while I do so, let's head you over back to Donovan and hear what other funny noises he's about to give us.
So we've come to this jackal den. I've really been loving coming here. They are incredibly curious little animals. And we had one show itself a little bit earlier and then realized that it was a little bit windy, so it went back down into the hole, but we are going to sit here and be... Is it coming out?
Top right.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, at least we can see a little bit of it. Hopefully it'll show itself a bit more. It would be very nice of them. So, they are getting so big so quickly, and their coloration is coming through so nicely as well. They seem to like sort of hiding in these little bushes, and then every now and again they pop their head out, check what's going on, and then they go back down. So I think it's mainly like today and yesterday have been relatively windy, so they're just staying out of the wind. It is a bit of a colder wind today. We did have quite a bit of rain last night, so that's also what's making the wind so cold. There's not a huge amount of activity around the den site at the moment. We haven't seen an adult today. I think it's the first day that we haven't seen an adult around, but they could be, or they are off scavenging for some food for these little ones. Nancy, they are playing hide and seek all the time. And they are very good at it. They have their days where they try to do it and they'll lie behind a very small bush, but we can see them. And other days they are better and they actually go into the hole, and then we definitely can't see them. But it adds a different dynamic to the sighting. They pop their heads out, say hello, investigate, and then go back down into their hole. And there's a little bit of movement. Every now and again I can see a head pop out from the side of the bush. It's just a waiting game now. Have a bit of patience with them. And hopefully they'll come out. I got the end of a nose there. Jessica, they will start eating meat at 2 months. Most predators will start eating meat at about 2 months old. First they'll be suckling, and then once they start to grow up a little bit, then they'll start eating more solid food. So, a major thing with jackal pups is predatory birds. So your big eagles, so like your crowned eagle, as well as your marshal, and even your Verreaux's eagle, used to be called the black eagle. Their survival rate of jackal pups is a lot smaller if you have got bigger eagles in the area. We don't have big eagles in the area very often. We did see a marshal eagle this morning flying over the reserve, which was really cool. It's the first one I've seen this year. Seen them previously on the reserve, but not this year so far. So that was a nice one to see. So when they're really small, they're obviously really light. So the eagles will swoop in, catch them, and then fly away, and that will be the eagle's dinner. And obviously, once they get older, they become a bit too heavy for the eagle to catch them. So they will. When they're very young like this, they will stay relatively hidden. They do have times where they come out, but you'll notice they often look up to try and figure out what's happening. Just making sure there's no predators around. And then if they do feel like they're a bit unsure, then they'll go and hide again, whether it's under a tree or back into their little den. Their dens are usually moved every 3 weeks. So when they're 3 weeks old, they'll move to their second den, then 6 weeks to the third, and 9 weeks to the fourth. And then once they reach about 11 or 12 weeks old, then they get pushed away from the area by mom and dad, and they go and live on their own, go and find their own little territories. Males will find a female mate, and females will find a male mate, and they are monogamous, so they'll mate for life, create a territory, and then have pups of their own, and the process will continue and continue and continue. Lisa, I wouldn't say there's a particular size that the jackal den is, but they'll usually use an old aardvark hole or aardvark, which will have usually been modified by a warthog. So the aardvark will use it, and then usually a warthog will come in after it has been abandoned. And then those warthogs will modify the hole. And once the warthogs leave it, then all sorts of different things live here. Jackals being one of them. And then they will utilize that hole. So they can be quite deep. I found a hole that was probably about 3 meters in length. It wasn't a straight line, it was a bit of a curve. So you go in the entrance and then it curved off to the left-hand side. So most warthog holes will be like that. The only reason I saw it is because the top collapsed in and we could actually figure out how long they were. But normally when there's just an entrance, you don't actually know how big they are. So they could be very large or they could be very small. I wonder if these guys are going to come out. I can't even see any ears or anything. There appears to be a little, I can imagine there's a bit of a divot because we can see the front section here and then you can see the back section as well, but you can't see what's in between. So there must be a little hole or a divot. That they keep disappearing into. Ooh, cold wind, that one. You can hear a southern bobo calling in the background. As well as a greater double-collared sunbird. Very small bird, big red band, broad red band across their chest. You get 2 different species of those double-collared sunbird. You get the southern double-collared and the greater double-collared. The southern has got a much thinner red band, the greater has got a much bigger red band. Okay. Actually, usually, like a bird will sit and fluff itself up as much as possible, give it a shake. Whereas, like, if you can imagine, if you bath your dog or your cat, they will often shake to try and get all the water off. They'll do that. Like jackals will go, most mammals will go and roll around on the floor in some sand or something like that. Whereas birds fluff themselves up, shake their feathers out. I'm not sure how. I don't think a reptile, sort of like a snake or a tortoise, will dry itself off. They might just lie still and let the sun do that so the water evaporates. But anything with fur would usually will shake off and then roll around in a bit of dirt. And then when that dirt dries, they shake off again, hopefully get all that dirt or sand off themselves, and then start the grooming process. So, oh, here we go, popping one out on the left here.
Oh, it's behind the bar. Just.
Oh no.
Get it.
Okay. Sorry about that. We've got a bar that's holding up the roof in a way. But hopefully it'll move ever so slightly. No. Okay, well, at least we know it's out now. It might poke its head out again just now, hopefully in a little bit of a different spot so we can show you a good view of it. Okay, it's gone quite deep into the bush. Oh, that was nice. Glad at least one of them came out. Maybe the rest of them will pop out in a little bit. so that one disappeared, but there's a bit of a gap in the trees there. We can't see in very well. It's almost like they've created a bit of a barrier with the leaves, not on purpose. It's naturally like that. They push through the little hole in the bush to get in. At least it wasn't a teleporting jackal like the other day. That was rather funny. The jackals were disappearing into the hole and then popping out by the tree, and we didn't see them doing it, so we couldn't figure it out, and so we just presumed that they were magicians. They don't seem to want to put on a magic show today. So this little flowers here, I can't see them too well, but it appears to be a blue bush flower. If somebody knows exactly what it is, can correct me, but that is my impression at the moment. Yeah, that looks right. Alright, I'm just having a sneak peek at Morgan's little monitor here. Trying to see it properly. It's a little bit far away for me to see. I don't know. Yeah, the little yellow flower there is from a blue bush. So I've got a bar-throated apellis, very small bird, a black collar. It doesn't seem like those little ones are going to come out at the moment, but I'm going to be patient with them. Hopefully they decide that they want to show themselves. Maybe with us talking, fly. Us talking, it'll pique their curiosity. They have become very habituated, so very used to the vehicles, as well as, I think, mine and Morgan's voice. We've been here for 5 days in a row now. Is it 5 or is it 6? It's 5, I think. Yeah. So I think they've become very used to our voices, as well as the noise of the vehicle we're driving. So they know who we are. So when they come out, just to say hello every now and again. We did notice the other day when another vehicle drove up, they popped their heads out to try and see what was going on. So that vehicle obviously hadn't been here very much, or that guide, once he started talking, he hadn't been here a huge amount, so they were curious to see who it was. So that habituation process is rather important, especially if you have young animals. You want them to not be scared of the vehicles, so you don't want to sort of push your luck. If they show you that they don't want you around, or they keep running away from you, then give them their space and let them approach you, and they will get used to vehicles very quickly then. So that is one of the things that we here on Amakhala try and do our best with, is if we see something is reacting to the vehicle, you just stop or move back a little bit so that you're out of their bubble, and let them choose whether they want to either come out of the bush or if they want to approach you. Then that has to be their decision. We don't want to push our luck with them and drive right up to them, because then they're not going to like vehicles. They think the vehicle's chasing them all the time. Samuel, there are some plants that cause threats. A lot of flowers. There's a flower that we get here called a Karoo iris, as well as one that looks very similar, which is called blue tulip, and those can be toxic to animals if they eat too much of it. I have seen tortoises eating the leaves of the Karoo iris, as well as porcupines eating the roots or the bulb, but the flower itself is the toxic part. There are a few other things, but those are the main ones that we get here. There's also a thing called Bushman's poison bulb, which the Bushmen used to use while they were hunting, and that is a very interesting looking plant. I saw one probably about a week ago, but I haven't seen one since then. I will be on the lookout for one, see if I can find one, and if I do, then we'll hopefully be able to get it on the screen for you guys to see. They also use that poison bulb for, if you imagine an onion, it's quite a bit bigger than an onion, the actual bulb, and they'll use it's got layers, so they'll use those layers for wound treatment. So if you've got any sort of wound, whether it is a cut or a graze or anything like that, then you place it over that and it keeps the moisture in really nicely. So as everyone knows, it is what is it called again? Halloween. It's Halloween this weekend. So there's going to be, to celebrate Halloween, enjoy 2 days of spooky safaris on Sunday and Monday. So the 30th is the Sunday and the 31st is the Monday. And they will be doing a fireside chat with Ben and Cedric to chat about things that give them the heebie-jeebies and talking about all the creepy crawlies. So that'll actually be quite interesting. There'll be some cool stuff that comes up in that one. So if you are able to, then please tune in and join us. Very good game of hide and seek going on here with these little pups. Yeah, we're not so good at the seek part. They're good at the hide part. So if anybody was watching the other day, could we frame up on the... I spoke about a plant that the Bushmen used to use in order to call a certain animal. So Morgan has got the plant in frame. If anybody can tell me what the name of that plant was, as well as the animal that the Bushmen used to use the stem to create a flute out of to call. Let's see how many people can get the answer. And leave it in frame for a while so you guys can have a good look at it and study it a little bit. I don't know if the sun will be slightly better over here. You can see the whole plant with the... Oh yeah, whoops, forgot about the pole. So those flowers go a more of a pinky orange color, and they'll open, and it kind of looks like a bell flower. So like a big church bell, when it opens up at the bottom it gets very wide. Still has a very thin top. Fantastic for photo opportunities if you can find a lot of them. They look really, really cool. So we'll give everybody a bit of time to try and figure out what that plant is, but in the meantime, we're going to head over to Lisa in Ukukoyo.
Thank you, Donovan. So you will not believe it, we do have Ellies in Juma, but it is super windy there. So it's making it a little bit tricky. But of course, in Ukukoyo, it's still a beautiful and sunny day. And all of our animals are still coming to the water, traversing in and out. Arctic Circle, thank you so much for your question. You would like to know what's my favorite smell in the bush. Now, a lot of people will say like potato bush or even a leopard that's marked its territory. You know, it's got a very strong popcorn smell. Mine is very odd. And the only reason it is that is because it's a good indicator of tracking them and finding them. But fresh elephant dung. I mean, it sounds weird because it's dung, but at the end of the day, they are vegetarian, so it's not like lion fecal matter that is horrible. Because, of course, you know, they are meat eaters. But no, I like the smell of elephant dung. That way I know they are close by, especially when you are trying to track them actively. But I'm trying to think of anything else. I mean, in general, just the bush is an awesome place to be, and all of the smells, you know, even lion poop, it's disgusting, but you know, just to be amongst these animals and exist amongst them is pretty amazing. But yes, if I had to choose, I would say definitely elephant dung. And again, that is just me being biased because I love them and I can never get tired of them. So whenever I smell elephant dung, I definitely know I'm well on my way. I'm just loving the sky today. It looks like cotton wool, or typical animated picture, you know, that was just... You saw animation and a picture is the same thing. But you know what I mean, it looks like a cartoon with the clouds. It almost does not fit the actual topography and landscape. I'm really still hoping to see a rhino today. Last night we did have one, but the light was not great. So unfortunately we could not show you. But yes, if a lion, lion is also fine, I'm fine with that. But if a rhino pitches up and says hi, that would absolutely make my day. But that being said, my day has already been made because we saw elephants. I've heard a lot of strange noises coming from my fellow naturalists, so I've already had a glorious day, and I hope so have all of you.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
I honestly don't think I'll ever be able to unhear Donovan's crow call. That was really, really hilarious. Alrighty, well, I am going to try my best to see if we can show you what is happening at Djuma, because there's a lot of elephants there. So just in advance so that everyone knows, it is very, very windy currently in Djuma. So we might have some issues, but let us try and go to Djuma. I had a dream and it came true. I almost said through, goodness. Jibu, look at this. So we have now had elephants today in Ukukuyo, Mashatu and Djuma. Oh my goodness, I don't know if any of you have perhaps seen that elephant before with the funny tusks. One is super long and going in the complete opposite direction. That is very interesting. I've never seen that elephant. Of course, some of you may have already, whether it's been on sunset or sunrise safari, but I've never seen that elephant. So she's basically the group to our left with the little ones amongst them. She's literally smack dead center in the middle there. That is super, super interesting. Ah! I almost said the hyena, the harida. But nothing beats Donovan's crow. However, I found Andrew's ostrich quite intriguing. This is so interesting to me, this elephant's tusks. So as we spoke about earlier at Mashati, you know, elephants do, of course, have genetics that play a massive role in terms of their size and the shape of their tusks as well, the size of their tusks. Oh, hello, Baba. But this is super interesting. I've never seen an elephant with tusks like that. Look at that, how weird is that? Oh, just look at these little ones. I'm actually very, very surprised at how relaxed they are with this wind. Because of course, you know, when it's windy like this, they are not too fond of it. They don't want to take chances. They can't exactly always hear where things are coming from. But they are super chilled with this weather, which is very, very strange to me right now. Just look at that little one. David, I would not be able to tell you in terms of the actual weight of something. You would like to know what's the heaviest thing an elephant can lift with their trunks. But, I mean, if you look at a fully grown elephant, they've got literally thousands of muscles in their trunk. So it's a super, super strong organ or piece of their body. And it's ever growing, you know. They're always using it. They're always strengthening it. So, for me personally, I've seen an elephant bull that was actually busy swimming, and he found a marula that must have over the years, you know, broken off into a water hole, and he actually managed to pick up the whole trunk of that marula. Now, yes, it was already a dead tree, but that tree has retained a lot of water now, which makes it even heavier. So I've seen that before, but as I say, in terms of actual, you know, sort of a weight number, I can't give you that. They are super, super strong. Thank you, Adam. One of our Zoomies has just informed me that that's Fang. I've heard a lot about Fang, but I did not know who's Fang. So that elephant with the interesting tusks, That is apparently Fang, from what I'm told. That's super interesting. It's so good to finally meet her. I have heard many stories. It's, again, I appreciate all animals, all creatures, all birds, organisms, everything, but why that bird? What is its purpose? Being noisy. I'm so happy I finally now also know and have met technically Fang, the elephant. They are definitely afraid of heights or something. Why would you shout like that constantly? And it's mostly only when they are flying, so only valid argument in my head is they must be afraid of heights. So that being said, I mean, of course, all of you know I am very noisy, but if I was a bird, that would probably be me, because I'm terrified of heights. Oh, Papa. You just so. Ooh. Falling a little bit. Oh, just look at that. I'm really so surprised. You can see it's very windy in Djuma. And these elephants are super chilled. You can see some of them constantly keeping a lookout, but generally from my experience, you know, if it's this windy, the whole herd will sort of be on edge. Not relaxed. Hi, baby. Oh, it doesn't know how to throw the water into the mouth yet with a trunk. So I just go down like this and then I manage this. Oh, how adorable is that? I'm trying, but I don't know. This is making my day. How cute is this little one? It's literally like not managing with a trunk. I don't know what to do with this stupid thing on my face. I'll just do it the easy way. Look at Mom just keeping an eye out, making sure the little one's fine. Gummy. This is so cute. You can hear a slight bit of the rumbling we were talking about earlier today. Well, of course, as we have an exit, we are very fortunate to have an entrance as well. We have a huge herd of elephants, well, not huge, but coming in at Okokoyo as well. So let's head on over there. How special is this? I'm literally so happy. I feel so lucky with all the elephants we have seen. It took a bit of time. You know, we had to really beg Mother Nature, please just show us some elephants. Always funny, and it works this way when you're on safari as well. It will be not quiet, but quieter than usual. And you'll focus on some tracking and sign and birds and all of that. And then all of a sudden, everything explodes. There's so many sightings happening at once. You don't really know where to even look. Just like today, we've had a fairly peaceful, quiet day. And then all of the sudden, the elephants just decided they're coming from all directions, starting with Mshatu, then Okokweyo, then Juma, then Okokweyo, then Mashatu. But who are we to complain? It's been wonderful. But please do let me know. What has been your favorite thing to see or hear today? I would love to hear from all of you. Just look at these animals. You can literally tell they are having so much fun. What a day to be an elephant. It's a nice and hot day, good 35, 38 degrees Celsius in Okokweyo today. And you can literally tell the elephants are absolutely taking advantage of that. Betty, yes, I'm just enjoying this. Literally all of the sounds and everything, the splash. It really is a pool party that they are having, and it's so hypnotizing. It truly is just oh, I don't know. This for me personally, I don't know about any of you, but this is just therapy on steroids to the max. This literally just calms you down so much. Yes, definitely. Dee's just saying she's loving this baby elephant. And just look at it. As we saw now, Juma, you know, they have troubles with the trunk and all of that. However, they can literally walk straight through the water and be completely wet and cooled off. So there are pros and cons, just like anything else in life. Oh, that was nice. And as I always say, it's so impressive how fast these animals can move, you know. Even the little ones, they of course struggle with their itty bitty legs. But are you guys leaving? Are you making a last splash? It's interesting. All of them, well, the two herds that have been here today, have followed this route. Whereas generally they go back to the tree line at the back of the waterhole, which is very interesting. I'm wondering if there's a reason for that.
Ja, ich sag mal so, in dieser Zeit ist es sowieso schwierig, weil die Tiere sind ja alle eigentlich irgendwo. Aber ich habe mal gesagt, überall. Da hinten hat's, da hinten hat's, überall. Ja, die kommen jetzt alle. Die Großen sind weg. Aber es ist schon interessant, wir haben das ja schon erlebt in Kenia. Wenn die Hoffnung sagt, es geht weiter, ja, dann gibt es so ein leises Gummen und dann geht's los. Und dann müssen alle mitdrin. Wird nicht lange dauern, wird sie sich umdrehen und nochmal rücken. Wenn die näher andaten. Und die Kleinen sind immer irgendwo bei der Tante oder Oma, die sind nie allein.
Now, for those of you that do not know, and I can testify to this, as can my father, because my father said, where can I, you know, check the highlights or something of the show? And I said, no, Dad, you can check the whole show. And he's like, no, I can't listen to you for that long, please. So if you are ever interested or you were not able to see the entire Escape to Nature, you are more than welcome to download our app, which actually shows all of the highlights, not just of Escape to Nature, but of sunset safaris, sunrise safaris. So definitely do so. It's super easy, super quick and convenient to use. And yes, then you don't have to listen to my voice the whole time. You can just listen to the best bits of it. And they're gone. Our elephant left.
andere Decklinge, die können auch. Zebras sind jetzt näher, wenn es die ganz gut da sind. Ah ja, genau. Ich nicht gedacht, dass wir so eine grüne Seite noch sehen. Ich habe meine Zweifel gehabt.
It's amazing just how quickly they can get back into, normal stance position. I would break my neck if I was a giraffe and I had to go down like that and get back up that quickly. It's like me walking on heels. It's not a good idea.
In Australien gibt es einen Ort, da kommen sie ziemlich genau um 3 Uhr am Nachmittag die Pelikane. Okay. Die das so in sich haben, dass
This giraffe's thirsty. I don't have that long a breath. Come on, giraffe, work with me. We rehearsed this. Well, while I chat to all of these animals and have them hear all of my animal noises, I'm going to send you back over to Donovan and Morgan all the way up in Amakhala.
So, interested to hear what people are going to say these flowers are called and what animal the Bushmen used to use the stem of the flowers to call. What is the name of that animal and what is the plant called? Still haven't had any activity from these jackal pups besides that one earlier that decided to walk off into the bush. Probably go find a little bit more shelter from this very cool breeze that we are having at the moment. So hopefully with a bit of patience they will pop out. I think if it had to warm up a bit then they would get moving. Alright, so yeah, guys, please send through your answers and we will hopefully get a correct one. Shall we give it a time limit? Let's see. And if nobody gets it, we'll give the answer. Maybe? I think we'll give it another 2 seconds. Morgan suggests 2 seconds. I don't know if anybody can type that fast. I know I can't. But let's give it until 11 minutes past 2, which is 1 minute and 10 seconds. It's very, very soon, but I'm sure that's enough time. And then we will give you guys the answer. feels like it's going to be a very typical Eastern Cape day. Very, very windy.
Halloween is now nearing. Creepy things keep appearing. They call me Pumpkin Ben, and this is my skeleton friend. Who might they be? Come along and you will see. We'll be talking about creepies and crawlies galore, and by the end of it, you'll be wishing no more. So come one and all, if you don't feel too scared, to our fireside chat on Halloween. Beware.
I got a bit distracted there. But the answer for this plant is... Let's see if we can get the... Can't? Okay. The pole's in the way of another one, so we will head back to the one that we were at earlier. It is called a pig's ear. Alright? So the reason it's called a pig's ear is the leaves look like the leaves are the same shape as a pig's ear, and the animal that the Bushmen used to use the stem for, once they'd made a sort of flute out of it, is a klip springer. So that is an Afrikaans word. So in English it would mean essentially a rock jumper. So they would spend most of their time on rocky outcrops. We don't have very many rocky outcrops here. I've never seen a klipspringer on Amakhala, and as far as I'm aware, we do not get them here. But still a very beautiful plant to look at. Oh, I thought I saw an ear of one of those little jackals, but I think I'm starting to have very high hopes in seeing things, but it doesn't seem like there is any movement there. Can't seem to see that one that disappeared into the bush either, so I think it might have gone quite deep into the bush and hiding away from the elements at the moment. We're going to continue to be patient with these jackal pups, and hopefully the wind dies down and they come out. But in the meantime, let's go over to Lisa in Ukukoyo.
Thank you, Donovan. Patience is definitely a virtue when it comes to waiting for these animals, specifically your baby animals. Oh, I cannot wait for all of these animals to have their babies. And we are super fortunate at the water holes because, you know, we don't really have to have them get used to us because they have no idea that we are here. So that really does help our case a lot.
So it doesn't look like there's anything sensational. Right?
Hide. Hide clovers, whatever they're called. Behind the clovers. A piece of bottom line clovers. They seem to have been from...
What are they?
They're clovers of some sort.
Oh, birds.
Yeah.
And there they go again. Follow the leader.
In fact, they're all around the edge of the pond. The other long-necked little geese, duck things, but not those.
I'm really hoping we will, hopefully today, later, we will see a jackal as well. Or 2 or 3. I'm not picky on the numbers. But it is so cool to be able to observe all of these water holes. Just see what is playing out. Because of course I do believe that animals do react a little bit differently if they are, well, if there are not humans around with them knowing. So that is the cool thing about bird hides as well. You know, you can see so much without the animals even realizing that you are there. So it's very cool, this position that we are in. Check them out. I'm really hoping for my rhino. Last minute. You never know. It might come by. What I've seen with the rhinos here in Ukukoyo, they only come to the water hole. I've only had one sighting where they actually came like midday. They tend to come more later in the afternoon when it's, you know, cool down a bit more. Because they are browsers as well, so it might be that during the day they just tend to stay in that tree line, in the bush, and then later come down for a drink.
Well, otherwise they'd be constantly having control. They know control and they just have a standard. Just to get all of them soon. Sometimes it'd be a bit of a nightmare. With everybody arriving.
Now, if you do have any last minute requests for Escape to Nature with regards to our animal calls challenge today, or animal noise, doesn't just have to be a call, you're welcome to let me know. But speaking of animal noises, I'm gonna send you over to Kariga so we can say our final goodbyes to Andrew.
Afternoon everyone, and welcome to Kariga once again. We're still here in the open grassland and we've had a beautiful afternoon so far. Plenty of different species of animals coming down. Very enjoyable day. I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photo naturalist for the afternoon. I'm new to Kariega and to Wild Earth here, and very excited that you guys are joining along. You can see we've got a lovely herd of buffalo in frame here, and we are down in a small little divot on the road here, giving us this beautiful eye level view across at the herd here. They've come out from the thickets into the open. Let me zoom in a little bit for you. There are some youngsters mingled in with the herd. And they've been giving us some beautiful photographic opportunities here. We'll get a little bit more into detail about that now. And obviously with these conditions that we've got, very overcast day today, we don't have any deep shadows, which is really spectacular for the scene that we've got. You can imagine if we had the sun sort of shining, these buffaloes would be coming up a lot darker, maybe throwing some shadows on the face in terms of a photographic point of view. So making it quite nice for a sort of an even exposure, not too harsh shadows or lights or anything like that. Beautiful neutral color tones. Let me zoom out a little bit for you here. We've got some more buffaloes running into the scene from the right hand side. Stunning. And some zebras in the foreground as well. Oh, what a magical scene. Yeah, so looking at this from a photographic point of view, we've got the buffaloes and we've got the zebra, and at the top of the frame and the back you can see those beautiful euphorbia trees. Yeah, we'd want to maybe try and get a lot of material in focus, so we'd look for possibly a higher f-stop, get everything in focus. We don't just want those zebras in focus at the front there. It would be nice if we could get the zebras and the buffalo. That's the money. That's the money shot. That's where we want to be. More buffalo coming from the right hand side. What a scene. Let me slowly pan to the left here. I mean, the amount of animals we've got is incredible. We've got our zebra, our buffalo, impala. Amazing scene. And even with these color tones that we've got here, you look at the whitish colors of those zebra, how they're standing out so much. If we had to take a photo, maybe take one right there, and convert that to black and white, those whites on that zebra are going to absolutely pop. Put that on a little canvas and that'll be an amazing, amazing picture. James, thanks so much. Amazing to be part of the team here. Loving it. Who wouldn't love to be here? Yeah, I must say we've chatted a little bit about photographic possibilities. You know, out here in the bush we get amazing possibilities and opportunities all the time, and you know, we can always grow and develop, and, you know, we chat about these different technicalities and things like that, and it can be daunting to start off with, but there's always room for improvement. We can always aim towards that dream shot we've all got of getting. Perfect. Well, I think I'm going to stay with these zebras, these buffaloes and the impala, see what they get up to, and we'll take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
Thank you, Nick, and good job so far. You're acing it. And yes, as you say, how can we not enjoy what we do? I often say you can't really call this a job because it's literally so amazing. But we have had an awesome day, honestly. And we didn't want to pressure you today with an animal call, but that will be a challenge to you soon. So practice while you can. But it has been an awesome day. This one cloud actually looks like a spooky thing here in the in the sky. It's very weird, very odd shape that. But it's been an awesome day. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for enduring our silliness and our craziness. And yes, we have seen some amazing things. Elephants. So those of you that know me by now know I am completely happy. We've seen elephants in both Okukuyo, Djuma, and of course Mashatu. So it really has been a super day. We saw Kori Bastard this morning at Okukuyo. Trying to think we've seen so many wonderful things today. But I think the one thing that stood out to me most was all of our animal noises. Heard some funny things from Donovan and Andrew. And then, of course, you guys have endured me as well with all of my funny noises. So thank you for that. Hopefully, the naturalists on Sunset Safari will also join us in making a few funny sounds and noises and calls and all of that. But it truly has been a beautiful day. Thank you all for joining us. It's really always such a pleasure having all of you and hosting all of you and just going on safari with all of you. Because at the end of the day, none of this is possible without any of you. So thank you so much for joining us. It really has been a beautiful day. Oh, the scene. I'm just taking in this last bit of scenery. Wow. But please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach. Do join us for Sunset Drive. Of course, we love having you anytime and always. Whenever you join us, it's always such a pleasure having all of you. But again, thank you for enduring me and all my craziness today. And yes, of course, I did promise you my final call would be a lion. Woo. Now I'm stressing, you see? Now the pressure's on. So my final call for the day will be a lion call. And this is what it sounds like. Mm. 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 Of course, that is not a full-on roar, but that was my attempt. Have a beautiful day, everyone.